What is up, everyone? What is up? Happy Hump Day! Mike. Guess what day it is? I feel like some of you are too old and, too young and to understand that reference, but that was a commercial back in the day when I was a kid for, I think it was Geico. You had a camel literally walking through the office, going up to Mike. Mike. Guess what day it is? But yeah, it is Wednesday. Oh, I had a long day. Yesterday was arm day, so my shoulders, not really my biceps, my forearms are killing me from working out. Just been trying to do all the healthy things. Why does healthy always hurt? I mean, to be fair, eating a bunch of Cheetos and just sitting in my butt all day also hurts. But I'd much rather be trying to be healthy and feel better than when I was not feeling so great. Anyway. So did you see that, I know these tariffs have been killing us with a lot of electronics. I've been seeing a lot of the, Meshtastic different devices over at, like, Rockland, one of the stores I was using for a while. Has actually been selling out of a lot of their stuff, like the Lily Goes, the Rack Wireless, the Meshtastic device that I was using, the Lily Go T-Deck with the little combination set that I was using. That's been sold out. So a lot of devices have been selling out because everyone's just buying up everything right now while the tariffs are as crazy as they are. And a lot of people are realizing, well, China makes a lot. What branch of cybersecurity are you in? I'm in engineering. Oh yeah, probably should put on Sky that we are live. Yeah, but it's Wednesday. We've switched up the schedule this week, so anyone that's been here before and wasn't aware, I announced it on Discord. If you're not a member already of the Discord that I have or the Matrix server, make sure to go check the links in bio or, check out the links that I have in Twitch, TikTok, YouTube, wherever I'm streaming and you're watching right now, and join that community. Got a little over 1,000 people in there. It's a nice community of tech people, cybersecurity people, and whether you're into ham radio, tech in general, gaming on Linux, new, old, enthusiast, it's good for everyone. How does one get into cybersecurity, genuinely considering going down that path? Well, the honest truth is, first off, I have a YouTube video. I have several YouTube videos talking about this. No, not BS as in the well, if you just join my course. No, we don't do that around here. We give you honest truth. The most recent video is the truth about certs, why your resume is getting ignored. So I go over a lot of different things over different videos, but the main thing that you need to take away is that, and a lot of people get upset when I say this, but cybersecurity isn't really an entry-level position in and of itself. It's a specialization of IT, so generally the path is have 1 to 3 years of experience in IT underneath your belt, and then you can work your way into cybersecurity. I find a lot, I've seen this many times where I meet people that are not in tech already and they try to get into cybersecurity. They're not really ready for it in many different ways because you need to learn about troubleshooting, the basics, the concepts, and how they apply. And no, you do not need to go to college to get into cybersecurity. I didn't go to college for this, to make this very clear. I also didn't have any certs before I became full-time cybersecurity. I worked in IT, MSP for many years until I made the jump finally in cybersecurity engineering, and I've been in cybersecurity engineering for 2 years. My first cert that I ever got was CISSP. But I will also tell you that how many certs you have, what degree you have, doesn't really tell all that much about how much you know in technology. Like I said, I've been doing this for 10 years. So in your opinion, what is the best Linux distro? The one that works with your workflow. That is the best Linux distro. I literally have a video talking about debunking the myth of the best Linux distro. The best thing to know is the different families of Linux and which one flows with your workflow. I like Debian types. Now, I will say this, for the people that are just going to chime in and say, I use Arch, I know you're going to troll me about that. I don't even recommend Arch to most people for production system. It's fun to play around with, but yeah, there's Debians, Red Hat Enterprise Linux types, like your Fedoras, those are fine. There's ones that niche down into different things. Like I was just talking about in my Discord earlier, there's two OSs I was looking at, Dragon OS, as well as, what is it? Andy's Ham Radio Linux, AHRL, I think it was. Those are just packaged up for specialty. Like, Dragon OS is mostly focused on software-defined radio. AHRL is a Linux distro that's focusing on ham radio. I'm probably going to be using that in my ham radio shack that I'm trying to put together. I use Pop OS on my main box over here. I use Cubes OS over on my security laptop. I use Pop OS on my regular laptop that I do editing and stuff on the go. I also have a Windows Enterprise box over here for my streaming because I need to use Elgato equipment for a few things and all that, but we'll just disregard that. I use Debian and Ubuntu and Red Hat and different types of Linuxes for servers. And at work, I use AWS Linux as well as Red Hat Linux. So there is no real best Linux. No, I'm not saying that when you try out Linux, you shouldn't distro hop a little bit and get to know what maybe is the best feel and jive for you, and at least get to know the landscape. I'm not saying that by any means. But what I am saying is, don't fixate on what is the best. There's only what is the best for me, what is the best for this use case, and what is the best for this workflow that I am doing. That's my advice. It's Gen 2. It's never Gen 2. Where to start in cybersecurity engineer? What do you mean where to start in cybersecurity engineer? To get to cybersecurity engineer, or to when you are a cybersecurity engineer? I wasn't really understanding what you're meaning by that. I get oh no, something has gone wrong, error on my Kali and it's killing me. Well, your first mistake was using Kali as a daily driver. Again, Kali, as I've said before, isn't the best for a daily driver. It's good if you're throwing it in a virtual machine. It's good if you're using it on a flash drive. If you're trying to daily drive an ethical hacking distribution, check out Parrot OS. Parrot OS is actually designed for everyday usage. Oh, it's a VM? Yeah. I don't know what's going on with your box. That's part of the fun of Linux, is sometimes figuring out those weird problems with your niche situations. A VM for daily pen testing. Okay. Well, it's kind of hard to say because it depends on the tool, depends on the environment, depends on what's going on. Yeah. Oh no, something went wrong. That's what my parents said when they had me. What distro do I game on? I game on Pop OS Linux. One second. I just forgot to put this live notification out on Blue Sky. And woo! Okay. But yeah, I game on Pop OS Linux. We'll be doing that in a little bit. We've been playing Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, the remastered edition, over on Linux for the past few weeks. And May 15th, I believe, is the drop for Doom. So we will definitely be playing Doom. That's a good question. So let's see. It comes out May 15th. I possibly am going to be at Hamvention the 16th. If I'm not too tired, we might do a Friday surprise stream on the 16th. because I'm only streaming on Sunday, Monday, Wednesdays now. So, yeah. I think we'll be playing Doom probably Friday evening, because that'll be the day after it comes out. What Meshtastic device would you recommend starting with? Quite a few choices on their site. Well, it really depends on what you're trying to do with it. So, I got a few in front of me. I don't have my daily device that I bring with me, which is the LilyGo T-Deck in a custom 3D printed case with a bigger battery. But it's basically a standalone device that's like a BlackBerry that you can use as a Meshtastic device with a good GUI. That's a good standalone device. You have this LilyGo T Echo. Bear in mind that antenna I added on for some additional range. This is a pretty good device. You connect to your computer through USB, or you can connect to your phone with Bluetooth. It gets pretty good range. I've gotten 5 miles, I think, on this guy over here, if I'm not mistaken. Let me charge that, because I think the battery's dead on it. Because it's got an e-ink display. Yeah, it was dead. It just needed to charge. It's a pretty good device. The other device that I have, let me see, it should be around here. I'm making my other, what do you call this? This is my Stingray Hunter I'll be putting together. I'll have a video on that soon. I have about 5 different scripts I'm putting together for different content. Well, they're together. I just got to sit down and record them. I'm going to try to knock them out this weekend because I am going to possibly be at Hamvention next weekend. For those of you not familiar with that, that is one of the world's largest ham conferences. So there's this device over here, which is Meshtastic as well. It's a SenseCap T1000. By the way, I have links for all of this in my bio. If anyone's trying to figure out where to buy these, I have links for this. This guy over here, I got to charge this one as well. This one is IP65 rated, so it's decently rugged. And the way it works, let me get that plugged in over here, is it's actually got a little magnetic charger over here. So, you can easily attach this to an ID badge, a lanyard, put it on your belt. It's very, svelte, very clean. This has a GPS built in. The LilyGo T Echo over here can have a GPS optionally built in. So you can, like, say in a hiking situation, give away your position. So if you're lost or anything like that, which is how I'm planning to actually use these. I plan to get another one of these and enable the GPS on here. And then I will have a several mile range from my LilyGo T-Deck or the T Echo over here whenever I go hiking with them, stick them in their vests, and each of these devices lasts almost 2 days on their battery. Then I can actually track my dogs where their GPS location is by connecting to my Meshtastic device, because it can relay that information if you enable the GPS. And many other people have actually used this to track their dogs. So even if my dog happens to run through the woods or something like that, I can, get a decent amount of range on them. That is a nice device over there. If you're in the DIY space, there's like this little Helltech V3 over here, which I played with in a little case, as you can see. There's many different options out there. There's the rack board. There's many different devices. It's very inexpensive to tinker with and put the different settings together if you want. Since BlackBerry is mentioned, I want to shout out their conductive keyboard as being peak tech. Oh, the BlackBerry keyboard is awesome. I don't know why we went away from physical keyboards as hard as we did, but the BlackBerry keyboard was probably one of the nicest keyboards on a mobile device that one could have, short of the T-Mobile Sidekick. I think the BlackBerry and T-Mobile Sidekicks are both just S tier in terms of mobile devices for their size. It's Hamvention kosher. Funny. Honestly, it was the peak phone design and moving away from that. Still POs me. Yeah, I do have to say I do miss the BlackBerry design overall. I miss my Crackberry. They were really well designed devices, and I do miss them. Is that the Wi-Fi GPS stuff I've been seeing recently? So this isn't Wi-Fi GPS. Let's make this very clear. This is using LoRa. This isn't Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is 2.5, 5, or some people are also saying 6 gigahertz with the newest bands. This is 915 megahertz in the US. In the EU, I believe they use 868 megahertz. I think there's one other band that escapes me that they use. This is long range. That's what LoRa stands for. This device can get a few mile range. And the way Meshtastic works is, so you have two different devices here, okay? They can see each other. But, yeah, there we go. I can actually show this. So now that it's charged, will it focus? Okay. You can't really see it all that well on the screen, but you can see the ink. It tells me the nodes nearby. So what it will do is it will relay the connection over each device. So you can have it do a few hops. And the idea of why it's called Meshtastic is the more nodes that see each other, the more robust the network becomes, because it's a decentralized network. So each client also acts as a relay. So for those of you that are like, well, I don't see any Meshtastic nodes near my self, so I'm not really that interested, you're kind of defeating the point, because a lot of people are also having the same problem. Well, I'm not doing Meshtastic because there's not a lot of nodes near me, but you'd be surprised, just by the virtue of me even having my nodes that I do upstairs, I've started to see more nodes pop up around me. And you can have a really robust network, and you can also pass off messages with AES encryption and then share a pre-shared key, so you can have private, chats and everything like that. Now, of course, there's ways that anyone listening to radio communications can eventually decrypt them. That's not a weakness per se. It's just the reality of radio comms. That's signal intelligence. But, Meshtastic, really cool design of a network. These devices are very low power, they go long range, and in a complete down situation like we recently had in Spain and Portugal, this is also going to be with one of my pieces of content I'm going to be talking about, where we're going to be talking about ham radio, GMRS, MERS, Meshtastic. I'll be going into all of those different radio technologies a little bit to tell people we need to get more into these things, because there are situations where the power is going to be down. There are situations where the internet's going to be down, or the cell network is going to be down. And what are you going to do in those situations? Well, that's where you need to start looking at amateur radio, specifically like ham radio, GMRS, MERS. You've got FRS, you've got Meshtastic with the whole LoRa and everything like that. Do I do offense or defense? Mostly defense, but I'm getting a little bit more purple. Most of the offense stuff I did was physical. No, Meshtastic option. That's sick. I was actually thinking of the TV band version, not Wi-Fi. Yeah, TV band, a little bit different. There's ways you could do that. I was reading about it while I was studying for my next level in my ham license. But there's ways you could do it. What do you think about the Flipper Zero? I think the Flipper Zero, it's a fun toy. I want you to pay attention to what I said. It's a fun toy. There's nothing unique or novel that this device does that you can't already do individually of all things. The novelty is more so in how compact it is for all the different things there. You can do RFID, NFC, sub-gigahertz, Bluetooth. You can do all of these things individually with different components. The novelty of this is how compact this is. Now, I did see another project come out, which I am eyeing, which was on Kickstarter. Let me see if I can find it. Now, I'm not by any means endorsing this, because with Kickstarter, you can see these projects, and one day they work, one day they're gone. They could be scams, who knows? There was another device that kind of intrigues me a little bit. It does look like they reached funding, but I'm kind of questioning a few things about it. So, because of the low goal and all of this. They did make their goal. They just went with got the funding within the first day or so. But I may buy it when it's general market. I'll talk about what my few concerns are with it. So, okay, so let's start with the good. It does everything the Flipper Zero is talking about, and then some. So it does. It has a touch screen. It has a full keyboard, and it's full Linux with the Raspberry Pi 2.0 on it. Great. It does all of that stuff. 2.0.02W. So it's got Wi-Fi built in. The Flipper Zero doesn't. So that is great on that end of things. The question that I start having, and some others have actually said this as well, is the original goal was too low. Some of the pictures and stuff just, they feel a little off. There's nothing really talked about too much with it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a little bit too skeptical. I'm hoping that it does come out. I would actually like to grab this myself. They're saying estimated delivery, November 2025. Okay, cool. I'm not dropping $200 right now on it because the honest truth is, I want to wait and see. I'm a little bit, I'm cautiously optimistic, but it would be nice to have a full Linux box to do all this stuff because it's about the same cost as the, Flipper Zero. But like they're saying, Nmap, Metasploit, Aircrack, NG, that'd be nice to be able to do on the go. Although if it's a Raspberry Pi 2.02W, then I don't know how powerful Metasploit would be on this little guy. Because that's not a very powerful board. But it'd be nice for on the go. Yeah, I was looking at this too. Generic's fine. The question I had was, you know, if they have this first prototype and, you know, near finished prototypes, then, we'll see. But I'm really curious about what this device looks like. The other thing that kind of, was a red flag for me, I did contact them. I did reach out to them on email. And just like, hey, I'd like to know more about the project. Is there any more information? I'd like to work with you, you know, to see, like, could we validate this or anything? Radio silence. I'm not saying I'm, you know, important enough to actually care about. I'm just saying nothing? I reached out weeks ago. That was just a little bit of a red flag to me. Because the honest truth is, I've talked to several other people, that tried to reach out to them in radio silence. But there are other creators that said they've talked to them, but it's just one of those, like, you would think somebody that wants to do something niche in this, would actually, you know, jump all over, hey, let's do a little bit of, you're in cybersecurity, do a little bit of OSINT on the, you know, the people reaching out to me that claim to be creators that are looking into this. I'm not saying specific to me. I'm saying in generality. Look, I don't have enough of an ego to think that, how dare you not respond to me? I'm just saying that, you know, I've talked to some other people in the community that were like, yeah, we didn't get anything back from them either. Just to clarify, let me make sure, let me check. When did I send that? I just want to make sure it was interrupt tech. Interrupt tech. I sent it back in March. March 16th, I sent an email to the email on file then, and I got no response. That was just a little bit, like, off for me, because I was aware about this back in March, before it was on the Kickstarter campaign, which just launched, Tuesday. So, I'm not speaking ill of the product, I'm just saying, I'm reserving my judgment until the product is actually released and I can have it in my hands. But if it's a good product, okay. I'll get my hands on it. We'll sing its praises. We'll do an honest review. But the problem with Kickstarter as not every project on Kickstarter actually comes to market. And that's always the risk you have with Kickstarter. So, yeah. Okay, what do you think about PBS NPR? What do you mean? What do I think about them? They exist. I think they're good public things to, get news and everything. Where can I read more about sub 1 gigahertz? What do you mean? Where can you, what do you want to know about sub 1 gigahertz? It's a very, very broad discussion there you're having, because a lot of things are sub 1 gigahertz. Like, for example, my ham radio is sub 1 gigahertz. This Meshtastic device, sub 1 gigahertz. My garage door opener, sub 1 gigahertz. Sub 1 gigahertz covers a lot of different technologies. So it's a matter of what specifically do you want to know. How to use it to activate doors, etc. It depends on the technology that the door is using. So, like, a garage door is honestly a very simplistic device. It's usually using a very, very basic rolling code of some kind. It's not a very sophisticated device, so it's a matter of just cloning the way it's doing things. Scripts that might activate, deactivate. Now you're getting into script kiddie stuff. A lot of the useful stuff you have to figure out how to do yourself. So it's a very, very broad topic you're getting into. You have to actually look into each of the different things you're trying to go after and reverse engineer it. Because if you're talking about like parking garage doors, those may operate completely different than your typical garage door. It'll vary from vendor to vendor. It would, how would you hack security doors? By figuring out how they operate to see how you can exploit them. Like at work, I figured out, and a lot of this takes research, I figured out we were using a certain vendor. I'm not going to give away too much details, although you can probably figure out a lot of these because it's a pretty popular brand. I figured out the vendor we were using. I figured out by the vendor, I could look at it. I had a device. Who the hell is calling at this hour? Screw you. So like, for example, I have this little device here. This little device here can tell me if it's NFC or RFID. So, here, my Flipper Zero have any battery? I'll show you. I might need to charge this. I barely use this thing anymore. Here we go. Yeah, it just needed some juice. Okay. So let's say I want to do NFC, right? I can see if it's NFC because it's lighting up the NFC little passive circuit over there. I can then... And this little keychain here is like $3-4 I got off of AliExpress years ago. And right there I can see it's an RFID. So from there, I could actually, and I did that by simply bringing up my, work badge to see when it reacted, what was it calling? Actually, no. I held it up to the reader to see what it was actually doing. Then I was able to use the work badge with the Flipper Zero to clone it out. You could do this with a Raspberry Pi Zero and an RFID or NFC reader, depending on your badge either. But then I figured out I could actually clone it through doing a little bit of research to find out the manufacturer of the actual cards to figure out the type of, cryptography they have behind it. And then you can reverse engineer how that's done very easily. So, like I said, a lot of the stuff that actually matters in cybersecurity isn't going to be like, oh, there's an open tool for me to do it. No, you're doing a little bit of know-how. Are there secure garage door openers? There are secure systems. They're not the most sophisticated systems by default, but there are commercial grade systems that are a little bit more secure now that, things are having to do. See you later, Rubino. Recharge that phone. There are a dozen different protocols that have multiple variants with pros and cons with each. Exactly, Wicked Smile. What do you think about the vibe coders? I don't necessarily see an issue with vibe coding per se, as long as you understand the fundamentals of the code that you're actually doing. For example, I use LLMs to craft quite a few of the scripts that I use at work, but I have a fundamental knowledge of how things work. So, for example, if you tell an LLM, I want a script to do X, it's going to do X, but you also have to know how to secure it. Like, I've seen a lot of people that make a script and don't actually know how to actually have your secrets stored securely with the secrets manager. Or if you're going to terraform it, how to actually make your terraform modular so that it actually is easier to read. Or how to actually make your code more modular, things like that. You have to understand what you're doing, not just asking it how to do the thing and get the end result, because yes, there may be multiple ways to achieve the same thing, but not all of them is the right way to approach things. So you have to do the homework. Don't just expect AI to be an authoritative source. I've seen this problem already very often where people rely on AI as the answer to their problem and not treat it like an assistive tool. If you use it as a tool to assist, that's okay. If you use it as the tool to do your work, you're going to get burned. I've seen it all the time. Like, yes, I use, LLMs, whether they're local or they're in the cloud or the ones the company runs on their system, to clean up a lot of my, not scripts, the documentation I've written for a lot of different things. But that's after I've gone out, done all the homework, and then I feed the information into it saying, this is all the things I figured out so far, all that. Can you make this sound a lot better? Can you format it for me? Or I can say, this is the information I have. I'm presenting it to these people. Could you format it in a way that they better, make sense to them, dumb it down from a tech perspective? Like, even with my, own scripts that I have that I feed into my teleprompter, I'm going out and I'm doing about 70% of the work, maybe 80% of it. And then I finally give it and I say, look, I have all this information. How can I make it flow better? And then I go back and forth with the chat saying, no, that's not right. This should be over here. This doesn't flow right. Add this in over here. Wait, I had this little thought about it, things like that. But if you're going to AI as the authoritative source, thinking it's going to be right all the time, you're going to end up wrong 90% of the time. Just put the key in the code. What could go wrong? I have a little hacker friend who wants to hack the doors at school. I'm intrigued to see how he gets on with it. Oh, he does the homework. He does the work. But if you're just thinking that there's a magic tool out there that you can rub a genie lamp and make it happen for you, it's not going to work like that. Maybe for saying it's sort of like looking for bugs on websites. Work from the end result back to see how the exploit could exist. Yes. Yeah. And like, don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on people who use AI. Remember, what was it? Almost a little over 2 years ago, I was using ChatGPT 3.5, I think it was, to help me figure out how to learn Python. And I worked my first Twitch bot out. Just parsed when I was live on Twitch, posted to Mastodon when I'm live. I still gotta bring in that fork that somebody helped me out with to get the Blue Sky side working on. I just haven't had time to sit down and do that. But I worked through it, and I had to tell it where it was wrong. I had to read documentation. I had to figure things out. It's a great tool, but it's a tool. It's not an end-all, be-all authoritative source. And I think people need to understand that about LLMs and AI and everything. Don't go to an AI or LLM as your first, thing. Like, I don't want to bring up too much, but like, I've seen this a little bit at work, where there's a person that is just going straight to ChatGPT as an answer. And we're like, no, go to the product documentation, read it, understand it, ingest it. Then, what I do often is I will understand what a thing is and going on in work. I'll take snippets of, it, and then I will word vomit my thoughts and views and what I need to say about it. And I'll say, this is what I'm trying to do. This is the section here. Can you help me format this a little bit better so I can create an SOP? But that's after I've studied the documentation and everything. It's backed up on GitHub, so I'm safe. Yeah, people leave their AI key in their codes on GitHub. Oh my god, yeah, it's horrible. I remember giving you the link to Matrix notification bot. Yeah. Yeah, I'm still learning Matrix and everything because I'm poring over documentation. Now, and I haven't had the time to sit down with it and, do everything I need to do. It was a lot easier when I was between jobs. But then again, I like this thing called paying my bills. I'm still using courses and resources to learn things. Documentation and guides to learn. Then I practice some of it to see how I've absorbed it or not. Exactly. That's how it should be done. I have nothing wrong with, somebody taking documentation, feeding it into ChatGPT, and then saying, look, I don't understand this part of it. Could you help me understand it a little bit better? Sometimes, documentation is worded weird. Sometimes you need examples spelled out to you. And sometimes you don't have those peers around you to spell those things out to you. That's just the reality of life. But yeah, totally understand. I'm not hating on vibe coders. I'm hating on the practice of being lazy with doing your job. And that's a blanket statement, AI or not. Don't expect people to do your job for you. Don't expect tools to do your job for you that you don't understand how they work. When I'm tinkering with devices, LLMs are great for ingesting data sheets for context. Exactly. I've used LLMs to ingest and, there's many different things we have to do where I have to take data from Excel spreadsheets. I sanitize the data, feed it into an LLM, and I say, this is how the data looks. I need to transform it to look like this. And then I'll whip up a quick Python script, and then boom, all this information from an Excel spreadsheet turns into a CSV that I can easily process and do whatever I need to do with it. There's some DLP tools we use. GRC hands us a list of files, things that they want to get pulled out of, the different file servers and, cloud locations that they're in. And we have a tool to go parse all of that. Well, that tool needs it in a certain format. So I take this list and I sanitize some of the data for sampling. Just put it to very generic, like, backslash, drive, folder, all that. Give it the basic format of how it's going to look. And I say, this is what the data looks like. I need it to look like this. And I'm going to be doing this job hundreds of times, potentially, throughout the year. And then it's as simple as GRC feeds me a file. I run the script. Another file comes out. Boom, 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 boom. It turns jobs that would take hours to seconds. Rinse and repeat. Is it good for creating APIs from data then as well, ChatGPT? APIs are a little bit more involved. I think there needs to be some understanding there because there are ways that you can do things wrong in API, and you'll want to have some people that have a red teaming background to start poking at those things. It depends on what you're trying to do with it. Again, this goes back to don't rely on it to be an authoritative source. Use it as a tool to enhance your current skill set. So the way I look at it is, look, I fundamentally know how to do a Python script. Could I make these Python scripts by hand? Yes. But it'll probably take me an hour or two for what it would take me about 15 minutes of back and forth with ChatGPT to make those scripts. You still have to understand the fundamental knowledge before you can go to an AI and say, boom, here we go. Because many of you, like, let me put it this way. If you ask ChatGPT to make a Python script to do this, I've seen it many times where in the code, it will tell you, now hard code your credentials. And I'm like, hold a minute there, Buster. I want an argument to let me put my API key in on the fly. Or have the option of creating a .ini, a .conf to store the key file. Or maybe I want to be able to use it with a secrets manager, AWS secrets manager, HashiCorp Vault, Doppler, whatever your poison is. If you don't understand that knowledge, ChatGPT will feed you insecure code, insecure solutions. Because often it will get to the most easy, basic solution. You have to understand the core concepts to get to where you need to be. That's why you still need to understand the concepts. Like, you can ask ChatGPT, like, basic things for a lot of things. Like, if you want to learn how to operate Git and stuff like that, it's fine. But once you get into the more advanced things, you're going to need to actually understand the documentation and start reading it and learn to research. If I'm trying to learn to code, where should I go? Or should I just wait for college? You don't need to go to college to learn code. Here's the honest truth. I didn't go to college. I didn't go to college for coding. Most people can just put their nose to the grindstone, because the honest truth is, when it comes to coding, most of what school will teach you is the concepts of how to code. You can learn that anywhere. I'm not necessarily saying that, everyone shouldn't go to school. That's not the argument I'm trying to make. For some people, it's a good idea. For some, it's not. What I'm trying to say is, you need to learn to research, tinker, and put your nose to the grindstone yourself. So you can easily go, Udemy, YouTube, or I just got to throw this in because I'm affiliated with them, Code Crafters. I've got a link in my bio for them. They're a great little program. They've got free programs as well, so that you can actually learn how to level up your coding skills in many different ways. They've got it in Rust, C, JavaScript. They've got many different things out there. I have to plug them. But there's many ways you can do it. YouTube, Udemy. You can do what I used to do, which is I would go through open source projects and I would say, okay, I'd find simple projects. Like, straight up here, I'll show you my GitHub. You can literally learn some of my learning projects. And some of these I learned by going with ChatGPT, and I said, how can I do this? And I learned at least little fundamentals of how these things tie together. God damn it. 1 second, I gotta log in. This is the downside of wiping your cookies. But I'm on a diet. I'm fat. I shouldn't have cookies so much. You know how it is. All right. YubiKey. That's the only problem with the password manager. It always wants to use the passkey. Where's my YubiKey? Oh, there's my YubiKey. How to search me on GitHub. Same username. I'm the same username everywhere. Okay, but, all right, so this is my, little thing here. So, This is like a little script I did. Now, my readmes, I obviously run through ChatGPT because I'm lazy that way. But you know, like I have a split tunnel manager script here, okay? Simple little bash script. Okay, we define the subnets we want to have here. We read the default user interface, you know, runs through IP route, everything like that. Ensure we have a valid route and interface. And that goes that out. This is for, you know, getting split tunneling so that I can work with my NAS when I'm behind a VPN. And then it processes it out. Very simple bash script. Or you have, like me, that these were a bunch of things I tried to learn doing math with Python. So, like, these were a bunch of random tools. Don't take these as financial advice. They're just things I tried to figure out. Like, this is my long weekend calculator here. So I made a tool to figure out when the long weekends are in the year so I can take an extra day to make it an even longer weekend. So I turn what would be a 3-day weekend to a 4-day weekend. Work smarter, not harder. You know, tools to figure out personal loan calculations. We've got, you know, emergency fund calculations. And some of these I need to like work out. Like I think the mortgage one was one I needed to work on and things like that. The retirement one, you know, like these are just little things I tried to figure out, like basic math. Could you find better tools to do, you know, financial planning? Absolutely. Not copy paste, it's guidance, especially early on. You still have to put in your part. Exactly, little gentle rabbit. Couldn't have said it better. Do they have COBOL? No. You know, like, even over here, if you want to see how I do my email signature over here, look, boom. You've got my, HTML signature. HTML, very basic to learn with. I couldn't figure out the formatting and stuff like that, so I did have ChatGPT help me out a little bit, to make it work with dark mode and stuff like that, but, you know, I even had a variation for mobile. Yeah, so just work through different projects, and then you can go through, find, you know, many different, you know, repositories out there, for different things. Like, you know, EFF, Ray Hunter. There's a lot, that's the beauty of open source, is I can go through a lot of these projects and I can start understanding them. There's complex projects, there's, you know, simple projects, make Git repos. And the other nice thing about having a Git repo is you can share this easily out with people. So when you're going to apply for a job, you can easily plug that into your resume and stuff. Damn it, I need some remedial COBOL classes, you and me both. Let's go get that big dollar there, wicked smile, huh? COBOL pays big bucks. Have y'all seen how much COBOL pays? Man, there are COBOL jobs paying there $250,000. $250,000. I just put my Blue Sky profile in my GitHub because I realized it wasn't there. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's not worth the hassle, especially because a lot of those COBOL jobs are government related, and Doge is messing that up. Go to sleep, Robert Jelly. That's a little bit late. 1:20. Yeah, that's definitely late, buddy. Go get some rest. See you around. Happy hacking, buddy. Again, Swift, thank you, bro, for the tips. I appreciate it. Anytime. That's what we're here for. Thanks for all the handy hints and tips. I'm still here after months and months of enjoying the streams. Well, I really appreciate it, buddy. And happy hacking. That's what I'm here for. Because, like, during the pandemic, I realized that a lot of people wanted to get into tech. They didn't have community. They didn't know where to go to. Things like that. But also, there's so much BS out there. in terms of like influencers that just care about putting content out there to influence and make money and sell courses, and I'm sick of that crap. Yes, I affiliate with some products and, companies and things like that, but do you know I turn down about 95% of offers that come my way? I don't need to, go and shill myself. I'm not going to tell you to use anything I wouldn't use myself, even if I'm not getting paid for it. Is the Flipper Zero useful for making money? No. Like I said, it's a fun toy. You're not going to make money off of it. You might find some people that are like, look what I did with my Flipper Zero. But the reality is the majority of things that you do with Flipper Zero, it's like, oh, that's cool. I am never going to need that. That's the honest truth. I think professionally speaking, I've used my Flipper Zero in a professional environment 2 times. And both of those times, I didn't have to use a Flipper Zero. What are the OSs you use for cybersecurity? Primarily, so at work, it's primarily a Windows environment, so I do use Windows Subsystem for Linux, specifically Ubuntu. But I use Cubes OS a lot for my own lab, Pop OS for my own tinkering with Linux. And then, of course, a lot of the servers are Red Hat or AWS Linux. That's just the way it goes in enterprise. So, yeah, it's primarily a lot of Linux, Windows, especially because they lock down PowerShell, but not so much Windows Subsystem for Linux. So I use a lot of Python inside of WSL to get around the PowerShell restrictions, because I just don't want to deal with identity and access management for all that stuff and getting the rights to run it. And I'm just like, let me just do what I need to do with the Python script, which then could potentially run in Windows if I script it right. But yeah, Linux is definitely a big part in cybersecurity. But a lot of cybersecurity is also just understanding the tools there. In an enterprise setting, you will probably be using Windows more than anything. I know there's some people that are like, I use Mac. The reality is Mac is horrible to maintain in an enterprise. What was my thing on? WSL is decent, but I'd rather use like Docker or VMs. Well, VMs come with their own little issues at times when you're talking about in an enterprise setting in terms of, needing the dedicated resources and all that. And a lot of times you just need a console to be able to run the things you need. Docker has licensing issues unless you're using the pure CLI environment. And then, of course, you have to set up your Docker environment for things. But majority of times, using Docker is more work than it takes to actually get the thing going for what I need to do. So WSL is great. I have my environment set up. Then I have my AWS console, the AWS CLI. I have all the stuff I need with the Okta integrations, all of that stuff just taken care of, especially as we're moving more and more to requiring terraforms through Spacelift at work. So it's just simpler to do WSL. And then you also have to understand that you have to work within the compliance requirements of what your company sets forth. So you may not be able to run VMs in certain circumstances. And like I said, Docker may have its own headaches with licensing requirements potentially too. And Docker is starting to go requiring enterprises pay for it in different things. Now, Docker CLI, like I said, not so much, but I've been switching more to Rancher and Tofu at work, because Rancher is the Docker equivalent, but is open source. You've got Tofu, which is the still open source way to do terraforms. Terraform is open source to an extent, but it's the whole licensing issue. So, yeah. That's the issues when you work in enterprise. But, all right. Can the Flipper Zero scan info off my card because I want to get a wallet that protects it from the flu? To an extent, yeah. I would show you, but that would give me information. Now, I did see that American Express didn't expose as much information. You got to think about it this way. When you use your card with tap to pay, information has to be given for that card reader to be able to process it. Now, the good news is it's relatively easy to defeat. Instead of thinking about getting a whole wallet that protects your cards and all that, you can just get sleeves that are RFID blocking. And then you can also get an RFID blocking wallet on top of it. I have my credit cards in RFID blocking sleeves. So, there are ways you can protect from it relatively easy. But it's not just the Flipper Zero. It's any device that can read off of NFC, which isn't hard to do. And, yeah. All right. So let's get the pipe wire set up. Let's do the testing. What VPN or software do you recommend for being a hidden or anonymous? So what software, so what I recommend for being anonymous is you take your connection there, okay? You take your connection. I want you to watch. There's this magic trick. You unplug yourself. You don't be on the internet. Now, aside from that, if you still need to be on the internet and you're talking about privacy, here's the reality. Privacy isn't, oh, I need this tool to make me magically private or anything. I've talked about this in several YouTube videos, by the way. There's actually a video, what is it? I made this a month or two ago. VPNs are not a silver bullet, or what did I call it? Hold on, I need to make sure I get this title right. It's gonna bug me. The truth about VPNs, overhyped, misunderstood, and not a silver bullet. That was a 40-minute rant on VPNs. So, the problem is that people have with VPNs. What makes you think it's going to make you more private or anonymous? What? Because you routed your information through another website? Not website, but server? And then what? You did the exact same thing you did without the VPN? You still logged into Netflix? You still logged into the certain hub? You still access TikTok, Amazon? All the same things you did before? From all the same companies that already knew about your information before? That's not really going to do anything much except change your geographical location. It's not offering any privacy or anonymity. It's the same thing with Tor. Tor can only help you so much in covering your tracks for your connection, but if you're logging into websites that it already knew about before you were in, how's that going to help you? Privacy is more about a mindset and a philosophy and not how you're doing the thing, but how... Hold on, let me phrase that. And not how you're accessing the thing, but how you're doing the thing. That's what matters more. No, your CPU is not backdoored by the NSA. There's ways to get around that. Take off the tinfoil hat, unless you're at DEF CON for the tinfoil hat making competition. Actual event at DEF CON, by the way. You can disable Intel Management Engine to fix that. Well, you can't, but there's products out there to do that with core boot and stuff. There's ways to disable that, and there is the, was it the HA bit or something like that? There's a way to flip that. But it's not the NSA backdooring your CPU. It's Intel Management Engine basically running a web engine, a web server inside your computer using Minix OS that is actually the back door. You're not that important for the NSA to backdoor you. Would you have to get close to me, or can they attach a thing on top of to scan my info in the area? Well, if you get a good enough of antenna and some amplification, there's a potential that you could actually sweep up things within a given area. But the question is about, would anyone think that? Let me rephrase that. Do you think you're important enough for that to be done? Because here's the reality: most of y'all over there are probably walking around with, I'm not trying to say this by any means to shame anyone, but if you only got $100 or $200 in your account, you're still not worth most people's time to steal your money. Add a few zeros to it, you might be talking. The reality is, when it comes to securing your credit cards, yes. You should be, RFID protecting your wallets and all of that stuff, but don't get too paranoid about it, because your credit card is more often stolen through databases where your credit card was actually used for online purchases, or in a database of a POS that was then, using that for purchases and transactions and everything like that. It's not... Very rarely are credit cards stolen in person in attacks, unless they're physically stealing the card. They're stealing the card more often from the websites that are being compromised that you're paying for. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I've had 2 incidents of fraud in my entire life. I don't know exactly where they happened from. It was like a couple $30 charges. The one that was the funniest one was, I had a $30 charge to CatholicSingles.com. Now, the funniest time about that was I went immediately into my credit union and I said, hey, there's some fraud on my account. And they're like, okay, Chief, how do we know it's not you? And I said, well, it's CatholicSingles.com, and my banker's known me for years. And he's like, well, I know a nice Jewish boy is not going to go after that, so yeah, we'll dispute that. Is it easy to breach websites that people put their info on? That's a little bit of a broad question. It's not necessarily... It depends on where you're talking about this info being stored, but most info that is leaked is on data brokers. Not necessarily credit cards, but you had the entire things I've talked about on YouTube, like National Public Data. The MC2 data breach, which had millions, sometimes billions of personal records out there. Enough information, potentially, that people could commit identity theft on people's profiles. I'm not trying to scare anyone. Just the reality. I wouldn't say it's easy to breach, but there are definitely a lot of insecure websites out there. Like 4chan, for example. How did they get compromised? Apparently they hadn't patched their servers in years. So, yeah. I wouldn't be so concerned. If you're that concerned with privacy on the internet, get off the internet. The only things you can do to be more private on the internet are change how you use the internet, not how you access the internet. Now, let me make this very clear. I do use a VPN when I am browsing in a public hotspot, or I am trying to geographically change my location to access different information. Like, for example, if I'm playing Path of Exile, and I want to access a different part of the world for different game servers, it's a great resource. If I'm overseas, like I was in Portugal a few months ago, and I want to access Netflix while I'm in my hotel for the US servers, it's a great resource. But if you're thinking about using a VPN while you're in your home network just because it's going to make you more private, and you're logging into the same sites you would anyway without a VPN, it's not going to help you at all. And I'm saying this as someone that is affiliated with Proton VPN, which I do like. Don't get me wrong. They know I speak about VPNs and their entire suite this way and everything. They know that I give it to you straight. But I'm not going to sell you a bunch of BS and tell you, go get this because you're going to be more secure everywhere. Like every influencer under the sun is doing. My soul is not worth a couple dollars. So it's worth at least, 20. $20 is $20. I'm kidding. Do you recommend a Raspberry Pi for a home server? Yeah. I have plenty of Raspberry Pis. There's the Rock 64s. There's many different options out there. When you're talking about it for a home server, for home lapping, or anything like that, it's a great, inexpensive thing. Now, I'm not saying that a Raspberry Pi is an end-all and be-all resource. There's of course, at a certain point, you want to get a full-fledged computer, a full-fledged server with maybe a RAID array or, a multi-gigabit connection, things like that as you grow and expand your, needs and capabilities for, your home lab and everything like that. I'm not saying that, but a Raspberry Pi, that's one thing I'm jealous of this generation, and the ability that you have these inexpensive computers at your fingertips that are way more powerful than a lot of the boxes I had for hundreds of dollars a piece. Because you can, for $35, $45, $55, even $100, have a full computer to do all this tinkering. It's a great device. Now, there are some limitations with it, but that's up for you to decide if those limitations are limitations that matter to you. Because, like you're going to figure out when you work in IT and cybersecurity, different configurations are good for different circumstances. What does the VPN do then? A VPN encrypts your traffic from a client endpoint. There's also site-to-site VPNs, but we're going to specifically talk about client-server connections. Site-to-site is easy as you have an encrypted tunnel from one site to another site, and then it acts like that. Okay, but basically, at its core premise, a VPN is a client able to access a server as if it is on that remote network. So in an enterprise setting, you would use a VPN, although granted, a lot of businesses are moving to zero trust network access, but we're not going to go down that rabbit hole right now, because VPNs are kind of passé in many cases. But anyway, it accesses the remote server's network as if it's its own. So let's say you are at home. You have an office. You're accessing the office resources. They have a file server on there that you can't access because it's from behind a firewall. That VPN would allow you to access those resources. Now, to the average everyday person, when they think of, I'm going to go, get a VPN, you're using it as one of the byproducts that VPN allows, which is I am remote connecting to this remote server, encrypting the entire traffic over this encrypted tunnel, and then my traffic is going out the end of that server. So here's the reality. Your connection is only as secure and private as that remote server you're accessing. It's only encrypted in the VPN to that endpoint. Once it leaves that network, it's just regular traffic. So it's basically geographically changing your connection. Now, when you're in a public hotspot, other people could potentially sniff your traffic. So a VPN makes sense in a public network because if I'm over in a coffee shop, I don't want everyone to potentially see information that's being leaked out. I want that tunnel to at least be encrypted out to, in this case, we'll say, a trusted endpoint, so no one else can see the traffic going on. But if I'm in my home network, which is a trusted network, there is no security benefit. I'm not talking about the people that don't trust your ISP or state government situation. If you have that issue, you have way bigger problems than this is going to really solve. But you're not going to have any additional security from your home network. Now, there could be an argument to be made. Well, what about DNS traffic? Well, DNS traffic goes over port 53. Just run DNS over TLS or DNS over HTTPS, which is built into Firefox, by the way. What times are you live? I enjoy your videos. So usually I'm live Sundays, Mondays, and Wednesdays now, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard. Last week I was doing Tuesdays and Thursdays. I shifted that around because I have some other classes and things I'm going to. So, yeah. Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday. Yeah, my pleasure. It's a little bit of a layman's term, not layman's, but a little bit of a simplified way of doing things. There is, of course, Tor, but Tor is a protocol. I don't recommend most people just jumping onto Tor. It's interesting to understand. There's also I2P. Again, interesting to understand. Though that's an entire enclosed system. Then you also have Valid, but Valid's a little bit too young to really be going down that rabbit hole for a lot of people. But Valid could quite be the successor to Tor and I2P. But it's only a couple years old. It's got time to mature. How can I have the most secure network possible? Top 5 things. Bulletproof. Well, nothing's bulletproof except getting off the internet. If it's on the internet, it's potentially vulnerable. That's the reality of things. What you can do is have a decent firewall. I have pfSense. You can VLAN and segment your entire network. That helps. IDS, IPS. Intrusion detection and intrusion prevention systems. Make sure you're whitelisting and blacklisting things. You can use like pfSense with pfBlocker NG. I use Suricata for IDS and IPS. And for the love of God, patch your systems. Thoughts on Cloudflare ZTNA and or Warp DNS over HTTPS? Well, Zero Trust Network Access is where a lot of people are moving towards things. I've used a system called TwinGate. At work, we use a system called Zscaler. I love Zscaler, but it's way too expensive to put in my home lab. Zscaler, by the way, if you're watching this, baby, come on. Make it a little cheaper for us home labbers. At 50-seat minimum, $10,000 a year, that's a little bit much. Give me a home lab solution. $50 a month. Come on. Anyway. Zero Trust Network Access is a little bit different than a VPN. So the problem with a VPN is that unless you're split tunneling it, everything goes over that VPN traffic-wise. And then split tunneling, everything just drops to the wire. Zero Trust Network Access is essentially that we do not trust the wire that it's dropping on. So traffic does get routed and analyzed for inspection and everything. It's VPN-esque, but not the same way. So, like, you can drop a connector, a Zero Trust Network Access connector. I haven't done the Cloudflare ZTNA so much, but they work basically the same way, from my understanding. And then I can access AWS with the requirement of everything being over the Cloudflare ZTNA, or Zscaler ZTNA, or TwinGate ZTNA. There's a lot more conditional access around that. And then Warp DNS over HTTP. Well, Warp only really makes sense when you're using their ZTNA. Warp as itself, a lot of people mistakenly are like, I'm going to use Warp as my VPN. The problem is you're only going to Cloudflare's edge, and you don't really have too much control over where it hits the edge. So, I mean, it's a solution, but I don't think it's the right solution for a lot of people unless you're going for a fully ZTNA'd environment. What about Cubes OS? I love Cubes OS. It's just not a good daily driver for a lot of people, and I definitely do not recommend it to beginners in Linux and cybersecurity. It's one of those intermediate distributions, but I love it for security. I actually have some upcoming videos that I'm going to be recording talking about it. I have my Cubes laptop right up here. Just need to charge this. That's my Cubes laptop. That's been to DEF CON with me twice already. It's a Purism Librem 14, which is a pretty good laptop. I don't know if I recommend someone going and buying this now because it's dated hardware at this point with an Intel 10th gen. Nova Custom's a little bit better, same concept. You can use Core Boot and then you can use heads for the firmware checking on it, similar to what this does with what's their fork of it? It's the same thing basically. But yeah, I love this little laptop here. I do need to charge it though. Charging adapter for this one. One of these days we'll sit down and do it. I have to pay for my Mulvad subscription on this laptop. Wait, no. That's the System 76 adapter. That's charging. Hold on. Or forget. I really need to clean off my desk. Aha! The mystery is solved why it wasn't charging. It wasn't plugged in at the AC. They're about to release Librem 16, 14 V2, or at least they said. Yeah, well, we shall see. The problem with Purism is a lot of their stuff is just getting a little dated too fast. And Nova Custom, I like their approach to, wait, is this not plugged in? No, that is plugged in. So why are you not charging? I just want to make sure it's charging. Hold on. I also do have a Librem mini computer around here somewhere. Great concept, but they're just a little bit behind things. What is DEF CON? The world's largest cybersecurity and ethical hacking conference. It's that's their logo. How do people pull IPs on console like Xbox and PlayStation? Well, not hard if you're playing peer-to-peer systems, and there's probably headers that go along with it so that people could analyze that on their network and stuff. But I haven't delved too much into it, but it's IP connections. The internet as a whole was not designed around security. It was designed around connectivity and its protocols dating back to the 1970s, so a lot of the infrastructure we're running on isn't that secure nor modern, especially once you understand System Signaling 7. Oh, it is charging. Huh. No, it's fully charged, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. It's just at 91%, so it's on the battery saving side. Okay, yeah, okay. No, okay, cool. It's doing the thing. Its thing is thinging. Just shut down this laptop. But yeah, I love Cube's OS. It's a great little operating system. Everything's containerized in here. No, they can't go straight to the ATM with the information from your flipper. It doesn't quite work like that. And if you're talking about go straight to your ATM, it's your debit. Like I said, they're more likely to pull it off of the websites you're using for purchases that then get compromised and didn't secure the data securely. I think you're worrying about the wrong endpoint, a wrong issue on things. Just monitor your bank statements, check it daily. If there's any, purchases that don't make sense, contact your bank. Roll the card at that point. Be careful where you hand things out, and if it's your debit card, go to privacy.com. I'm not affiliated with them. They're just great service. Privacy.com lets you create virtual debit cards. I know the EU, y'all are fancy, and you actually have a more modern payment system. A lot of your banks actually allow you to create virtual credit cards. Okay, we get it. Our infrastructure sucks. Boomers still can use checks out here. We get it. We suck. But privacy.com allows you to roll different debit cards. I wouldn't be so worried about the physical aspect of your card being stolen. The reality is, people aren't going to electronically steal your card in a physical form, like having physical access to it. They're more likely to steal your actual card. But at that point, even they acknowledge it's kind of futile because, okay, I just stole their card. They can cancel them. People still go after cash more than anything. Let me see. Is Purism releasing their new V2 or that? I just want to see, are they talking about anything new? Because, yeah, like, I have a Librem 5, and it kind of burned me on that. News and events. What is Pure OS? Meta's DOJ. Made in the USA. They haven't really talked about anything worthwhile in terms of their own products in a minute. Don't get me wrong. I like the laptop I have. But the problem is, this is still old. Yeah, 10710U. I mean, it's a decent setup for what I have. The Librem Mini, which I also have. Where is it? It's a little old. i7-10 510U. The Librem 11, that was an interesting little tablet device, but that's an Intel N5100 with only 8 gigs of memory. These are dated. How do you like your Librem Mini? I like it for what it is. Now, what I have it doing, I've got to redo the whole thing. Oh, God, where did I put it? Hold on. Hold on. That is... Well, that's my Monero node. Oh, yeah. Well, it's my old Monero node. Because my other one's running PoE. That's the mini laptop from MNT Pocket Reform we've got to work on together in another stream. I've just been unable to sit down and focus on that. What I'm thinking I'm going to do is a couple days before the weekend before Memorial Day, I'm taking off. I'm going to relax, and we might sit down and finally install the upgraded Wi-Fi antenna for that, as well as the 5G cell antennas and the 4G cell modem. Hopefully I'll have the energy for that. Okay, this is really gonna irk me. I have one of my first portable computers, the Pocket Chip from Next Thing Computing. That was a fun little device back in the day. Not what we're looking for. Nope, that's my audio amplifiers. Nope, that's an AV cord. Now there's the Librem 5 phone, just sitting here in a drawer, next to the Pine phone. Where did I put that? I knew I had it. The problem with when you get a lot of tech stuff is eventually you start realizing you have too much tech stuff. Wait a minute. Oh, that's an old box. I was like, is that the box for something else? No, it's not. That's the laptop. There's my DEF CON drive. The charger. Got too much tech stuff. It's around here somewhere. But the Libre Mini is running Start OS, which is a really interesting home lab operating system that allows you to containerize all the different servers you're running and then runs them all over Tor. So you can actually use them in lieu of a VPN. People always think that, you can use just Tor to access things, but you can use it to also run your own home lab for different things remotely. Like what I was doing for a long time was my Monero node. I've been in the middle of cleaning my house and repairing a bunch of stuff in my house. So, like, there's messes everywhere. I just have to organize things. But, where was I going with this? Oh, yeah, Start OS. So, with the node, I have another node just like this from Monero. When I was at DEF CON and I wanted to pay a vendor in Monero, what I actually did was I connected to my home lab because I have mine on a different segmented network, and I had the Monero, the onion address for this saved in the laptop. All I had to do was connect it to the network, connect it over my Cube's laptop to the Cube that had my Monero wallet over Tor, connected over Tor to my Monero node to send the transaction and sign it. I'm using Pinode XMR for that, by the way. Really cool piece of software. Okay, that's the Ray Hunter. That's another power adapter. That's the power adapter for the Librem. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through and clean up my desk and such in the near future, because I can't find half the stuff. I went to go find my Nexus 7 tablet the other day for a video and I couldn't find it. Oh well. Sounds way too much for me. Well, that's how we learn things. I learn how to detect Tor networks by simply making Tor access points and stuff. The reason why I became so good at cybersecurity, especially on the blue team side, was I created things and learned how to identify them. You have to be willing to tinker to excel in this profession. I have a feeling it fell behind the amp. I'm gonna have to do that. Move that. Well, that's gonna be fun. Film hardware overview as well. It's been ages. Eventually, I mean, I've had some notes on the network rack and everything, but I've got to clean up the whole network rack. I'm in the middle of possibly getting the bathrooms remodeled. I've got to get the windows in my house replaced, the gutters replaced, the fence fixed. For those of you that haven't known, I bought this house and it was kind of a crap hole. So I bought this house. When I bought it, I literally had to evict the roaches. I couldn't live in my house for like the first 2 to 3 weeks when I owned it, but I bought it cheap. To give you an idea, I bought this house in the low 5 figures. When most people are out here like, I can't find a house for 150, I found a house for less than that. And it's been a multi-year battle to get this house to where it is, but luckily it's been going up in value enough that I've been pulling equity out to fix the house up. Oh yeah, it's really nice, but it has been an arduous battle for about a decade now. Is it on top of an Indian barrier ground? No! built atop the graves of my enemies. But yeah, it's been an arduous battle to get everything to, where I need to do. Like, to give you an idea just how bad it was, I had to replace the sewer line. My basement flooded a few times. And I lost quite a bit. Like, I genuinely could not use the basement because it was such a flood risk, and the clay pipe broke.
Front, left.
Just making sure the audio works. What year was it built? Not gonna give specifics, but before 1965. It's an old house, but I had to find a you have to go around and find
Front, left.
there we go. Okay. You have to go around and find houses that are needing a little bit of TLC, tender love and care, in order to do anything with them. A problem I find with a lot of people that want to become homeowners, and I've talked to like quite a few people, they're like, I want to go buy a brand new house because I don't want to have any problems. And I'm like, you won't be able to afford that. Too many people are trying to find their forever dream home as their first home. You have to set realistic expectations. Find a diamond in the rough, or at least one that you can live in for a decade or two, then move up in. Oh yeah, Bay Area, you're boned. Oh, I was
took way too long to cook. Codfish with peppers and rice with garlic and tomato.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting dinner. Thank you. Thought you were tired, but thank you. Yeah, so you have to find a house that you're willing to put a little bit of TLC in. Was that your butler? No. Not that rich. If I was that rich, this workspace would be much larger. I would not be working in a cybersecurity job the way I do if I was that rich. Almost dropped my plate. But yeah, I bought this house for less than 60,000, shall we say. And it's been a lot of work. I was lucky. I found someone that it's wonderful, but I had to buy this from a guy that was getting foreclosed on. I bought this basically from the bank. He was a chain smoker. The carpets reeked of tobacco. I had to rip those out. Like, I'm not joking. I could not live in this house for the first 2 or 3 weeks. I was literally cleaning windows with like thick tar smoke on them. I still have to paint over areas that, I didn't get fully sealed as much as I wanted to. But the stains are pretty much gone. I had to get rid of the carpet almost everywhere. I had to replace the furnace, the air conditioning unit, add another one for the upstairs. I had to replace the sewer. I had to redo a lot of the piping. I literally had extension cords in the wall. It's been a constant battle to repair and work on this house, but with my lips to God's ears, when I am ready to sell this house, because the housing market is so stupid, I could not even afford my own house based on what the bank evaluated this as just a few weeks ago. Because I was going to more financing to fix the house. I couldn't afford my own damn house today. It's ridiculous. My house has gone up almost, You could build a secret tunnel, move in there, and then sell the house. I actually was thinking at one point about buying the next door neighbor's house if I could possibly do that, and then build a tunnel between the two houses. That'd be kind of fun. Because that'd be a funny meme if you could do that. You know, secret tunnel, secret tunnel. Any advice for people wanting to get into IT? Home lab. Build a home lab. Tinker. Tinker, research, do. And give yourself about 10 to 20 hours every single week to devote to your craft. Whether that be researching the news, watching podcasts, tinkering with new projects, researching new ideas, concepts, and things. When you're in IT and cybersecurity, you do not have the luxury of plateauing your knowledge. Or find a house, squat in it long enough and own it. Some states that works, other states you need to be in there for like at least 10 years. I happen to be in one of those states. Just get the tunnel girl from TikTok. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that there's people that actually just enjoy digging tunnels. Dig a hole, dig a hole, dig a hole. Okay, no joke, I'm a little concerned where my ADHD has actually put all of my stuff. I know it's around here somewhere. All right. Let's get... You know, I'm kind of surprised. I can't wait until Bethesda releases Elder Scrolls 6. Because, you know, that's going to be the game that eats up my life for, like, 3 to 4 months. I was going to go to school, but had to drop out due to financial reasons. You don't need to be in school for IT. I didn't go to school for IT. I mean, technically I did, but that was already after I was in the field for a few years. But I didn't go to a 4-year college. Dun, 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 dun. You say ADHD and my head goes one-eyed, one-horned, flying, purple people ear. I need a list to get things to be able to make a home lab and tinker. So if you go in my Discord, and check the general channel, there in my pinned comments, there is a post from HBX with a 14.5 megabyte PDF. And that PDF should actually help you. There's 600 pages of home labbing ideas. All my stuff ends up in Doom pile. Hashtag 69. Yeah. Let's see if I can do the Mages Guild. I've said it before, and I will say it every stream. As much as I like Oblivion more than Skyrim, Morrowind is still better than Oblivion. Any specific computer you recommend? The one you can afford.
Who will help an old beggar? How goes
The specs of the computer matters more based on your budget, as well as what you are trying to do with it. Hey, buddy, I think you're walking into a wall there. Apparently TikTok censors funny numbers now, so... Oh! I was wondering what you were doing there.
Hello, I don't think we've met. Are you new in town?
Yeah, of course I am.
Likewise, I'm
I'm
always
gonna join your
glad to
Discord
meet
once I'm
someone
from
new.
home. Can anyone attend DEF CON?
My
Yeah.
mother would be glad to meet you as well.
Anyone can join.
My mother owns Northern Goods and Trade in Coral.
Just don't do anything stupid. What I mean by that is, a lot of people go over the top with security thinking you're going to be around a lot of hackers and everything. Don't do anything that you wouldn't do on a public cafe network.
I've been here. Bye.
Wonder what that was about.
Especially if you're low on septums.
Yes, I like the gray mare as well.
But yeah, you'll like the Discord. It has an ebb and flow with the amount of people in there in terms of like who's active, because most of us work.
By the Nords of Skyrim.
I think you'll like it.
Considering Morrowind's violent past.
How do you... What is it, associate? We're all better off. We're all better off now than...
Okay.
I'm afraid I can't just write one. If perhaps you can clear up a small matter involving Irana, you can prove your loyalty to the guild. She and
Irana?
I
Who's
have
that?
an unpleasant history. She does not care for guild regulations and errantly believes I am misusing my powers. I have seen that she is in town, though determine what she's after and how. It's good that you've joined one of our local organizations. It helps you make the right connections.
The only thing that annoys me with Oblivion and Skyrim, it feels like the worlds in them are too small compared to Morrowind. And definitely much smaller than Daggerfall. Elder Scrolls 2 was the size of Great Britain. I think there were like 13,000 towns, if I'm not mistaken.
An intriguing fellow from what I've heard. A cut above the usual street corner rap.
So what was that mini computer, pink or purple one, used for? Oh, the purple one?
Make haste.
I plan that to be my everyday little portable computer. Because
A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Athragar of the Mages Guild. How can I
I need something a little bit more compact and portable.
I don't know all the details, but I heard that she complained.
Good day.
Greeting. Excuse me. Knowledge is power. Okay, I'm stumped. If I had more time, I'd buy that off of you and bring it to Sindarian in Skingrad. Perhaps you should take it to him. You never know.
How much that
when you
cost?
need
About
it.
$1,000.
Best to stock up now while you can.
Apprentice Mortar and Pestle. Apprentice Retort. Let's see, hold on. Novice Alembic. Okay, so I need an Apprentice Alembic.
A fine bargain for you.
That's a Novice Mortar and Pestle.
A pleasure. Bye.
This is a rather small guild.
What is it, associate? Yes? Make haste.
Alright, so let's see what the quest is. The Coral Recommendation. But yeah, tech is a very expensive hobby.
Greetings.
And
What's going on with you?
the honest truth is,
Worship has become increasingly prevalent in the Somerset
Yes?
Isle.
it's also if you want to take it as a career.
Has become a much more dangerous.
Not the kind of job
Goodbye.
you can just kind of clock out in.
Oh, hello.
How are you?
But I enjoy it. I like the puzzles. Door to the Gray Mare. Alright, so we're gonna go into the Gray Mare. Oh, yeah, the tavern.
Hello. You haven't seen my sons, have you?
Ah, yes. You are a guild mage. There's a small best if kept just between us, yes?
Hmm.
Excellent. It's a simple task, really. The book is entitled Fingers of the Mountain. It is of no use. You'll find it at an old ruin called Cloud Top. Return it to me immediately.
They went off into the...
What a shame.
I get to go to a ruin. I get to go to a dungeon. Dungeon! Okay, so we're level 16. Man, I'm at the point right now where running doesn't even really drain my fatigue that much.
I heard there's a new shipment of weapons at Fire and Steel. Have you been recently?
I haven't.
What? What? Not only does it exist, I trust that as a member of the guild, you would do the... Are we clear? Should you go looking for it, I hope that it... Make haste. I wish to be...
Okay, so we gotta go find this book. Fingers of the Mountain.
Hello.
We're gonna get fingered by the mountain.
Interested in joining the Mages Guild?
I thought about it when I was younger, but it just wasn't for me. Good day.
Let's go get fingered by the mountain. We're about 500 paces out. Hey. La Amanita. I understand why you have fungus on a tree, but I can't use it. The fact I can't pick every single flower in this game bugs me. Maybe I want to eat dirt. Call me Joe Dirt. Come on, you troll. These 4chan trolls are getting kind of weak these days. Okay, so... which direction? How is the bear is stronger than the troll? Black Rock Caverns. So how do I enter? Oh, okay. I knew it. We'll go in this cavern, then we'll see what's in the
Die! This ends here.
All right, first one's down. Hey! I am now a journeyman at blocking. All right. Take that cuirass. Do I want to take the Mithra boots? Some of the leveling of items is kind of weird when it comes to these enemies. All right, where are we heading to? I wish there was a better use for some of the junk in this game. Bones. All right, let's see. Undershoot it and overshoot it. Ah, reflect that damage, yo. Alright, time to use my lockpicking skills. You know, I used to hate the Oblivion lockpicking system until, I actually learned how to pick locks. Then it became a lot more easy to understand. Wait, wasn't there a door? Yes. Alright, the main chamber. Lock and picking warrior will do that for you. I used to watch his videos, but I didn't really start understanding lockpicking until I went to my first DEF CON. And they got hands-on education. So can Linux run any AAA games? It can run plenty of AAA games. The issue is the kernel level anti-cheat on some of the badly developed games. And let me make this very clear. Find better games than Call of Duty. That game hasn't been good in years. That whole series has kind of gone downhill since the World War II ones ended. But Yeah, I've played like the Halo Master Chief series, and I think the game just crashed. This is the first time it's locked up in a couple of days, so let's see. Yeah, it locked up. So we're just going to have to go back to the last save. But there is anti-cheat that developers can enable that works on Linux. It's a developer issue. Like, League of Legends used to work on Linux. Now, to be clear, League of Legends is another game example that you can find a better game. Apex Legends used to work on Linux until they changed their anti-cheat. Silver War Axe. Is it due to the anti-cheat that causes incompatibility? Yeah, for most of the games. The games themselves can run just fine, especially now that Proton exists. Like as you see right now. Oblivion was made for Windows, but it works just fine on Linux. And the only issues I've run into are the same issues that Windows users have been running into. Performance issues, stuttering, occasional lockups. But Valve has been trying to do a good job of naming and shaming vendors who use kernel level anti-cheat. There we go. Back to my journeyman level.
I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
Really?
What's the matter? Is the baby
That
got
must have been a
cramp?
massive mud crab. I actually got there. Silver battle axe. Okay. Narrative Flipper Zero and should be here any Monday. It's a fun little toy, but I've honestly barely used mine because it's fun to learn and, tinker with, but it's not the super hacker tool that people make it out to be. It's only as powerful as your imagination can be. I've used it for some physical attacks at work and stuff, but nothing I couldn't do with any specific tools or anything. What are the minimum specs distro you would recommend for gaming? For gaming, it's the same as Windows. You want a decent GPU, you want a decent CPU, you'll definitely probably want to consider at least 16 gigabytes of RAM, but these days, 64 is probably, 32 is probably what you want to go for. I have a NVIDIA 3070 and a 5950X. 5950X more because well, I do VMs and different stuff. So I need multiple threads. 5,700, I mean, was it 9,700? The most recent's probably more than enough. Oh, look, it's the ringleader in full elven armor. I'm gonna make a few coins off you, buddy. Did you use a spell to just sap mana from a fighter?
You move like a brick.
I'm gonna take that. Take your curse. I'm gonna take your boots. Boots of Olympian. I'm gonna take your boots. I'm gonna take my arrow back. And I'm gonna take your helmet. Wait, you had a weapon. It's a little heavy. Now, to compare shields. Orcish shield, 5 points. Nope. I use Pop! OS Linux. Been using that for a few years for a lot of my daily stuff that isn't like when I need my Cubes OS or something like that for more secure stuff. Your socials have any mid-level tutorials for setting up Linux Fresh migrating from Windows? Not yet. I'm going to work on some eventually, but migrating from Windows is mostly just install Linux, make sure you have your files prepared, put it over. Oh, it just knocked me from the behind. Yeah, as far as like migrating, it's just moving over your files, learning a few of the apps. That posture's not impeccable. Your mom's not impeccable. But stopped on Fedora. Fedora's alright, but it wasn't just my cup of tea. I've been on the Debian types for too long. Wait, did I just... Yes, I just finished that. Okay, went full circle. Alright, alright. Didn't know there was a wall there. But now... let's at least, sell my items, I guess.
From oblivion and burned the whole city to the ground.
Seek my help. No, they say that when
Indeed.
Heard any news from the other provinces?
Hey, hi there.
Alright, so I gotta wait 12 hours. Any good DNS for routers that blocks malwares and ads? You're not talking about a basic router. You're talking about a proper firewall at that point, like I do with pfSense. And then what I do is I feed the, you can do Pi-hole, you know, hook that in for DNS, but, that only does DNS level blocks.
I'm Rashida.
You get the block
Cyber
lists from
and
PF
DNS
for
is
PF
fire
Blocker
and
NG
steel.
put in there from
Quality
Pi-hole.
and
You
weapons.
can do
They are steel.
IP level blocks and stuff like I do.
There's much I can show you.
Cloudflare any good? Yeah, I use Cloudflare. It works pretty well.
What can I interest you in?
Boots of the Olympian. I'm gonna sell that Curris. I'm gonna sell that Curris. Sell these Greaves.
That seems a fair price.
Sell the Mithril stuff. You have any orcish stuff? You do not. Boo! $900 gold for 150 silver arrows. Rashida's special. Okay, so you have an orcish helmet. A little bit heavier.
A pleasure. Bye.
I want to learn system administration. Anywhere to start? Any advice to start? Like I say with a lot of things, it's home labbing. The system administration you can also do by tinkering with, getting into, system administration, getting into basic IT jobs, stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of it is, just tinkering with, different technologies to figure out what you want to do. How I learned most of my skills is home labbing. Okay, let's see. I am officially at level 68 for Armorer.
Go ahead. I'm willing to teach if you're willing to learn.
Can I use Cloudflare on my router for DDoS protection? No. Cloudflare only works at the DNS level for servers to mask the IP behind it, because it will then have to resolve behind it.
You too.
But it doesn't really help you. But you don't need a certification to get a job? I only got my first cert last year, and I've been in the field 10 years. My first cert was CISSP, which you need to have 5 years of experience minimum to get the full cert for. That's good. Just came from a TikTok stream. Welcome, Rebel Wax. Any good DDoS protection for router? No. There isn't really at that level, because the issue is you're talking about protecting your router at IP level attacks, but if they have your IP, then you're kind of boned.
Just one coin.
And honestly, you're not at a big enough level to really be worried about DDoS on that on your home network. What's a basic home lab that will land me a IT support job? I've got plenty of those in the Discord server that I have, where we have a 14.5 megabyte, 600 page PDF, which has tons of different lab ideas and everything. The honest truth is you'll probably need to start tinkering with a lot of different ideas and start with basic IT jobs. You may need to, some jobs do want to see like an A+ certification for like starting out in basic positions in IT, but you don't necessarily need a degree or need a cert. If you find the right jobs that look more at drive and, you know, capability. If you can put it on a resume, you know, and sell yourself, you can do pretty well. But a big thing is going out and networking to meet people. You'd be surprised how often people overlook trying to get jobs by meeting people. I learned everything by tinkering with tech. Nice. Where can you find a server? Links in bio. You can also go to discord.chiefgeek3d.com. I have it 301 for all of you. Yeah, I'm liking this game so far. I've loved Oblivion. I'm liking the, you know, graphic update they did. It looks really nice. I was already planning on replaying Oblivion, but this was a nice way to do it. Shot you in the ass, you black bear. No, 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 no. I want my... God damn it. Ain't it to secure a router when you buy it and set it up out of the box? You're talking about a firewall. Getting an off-the-shelf router is not really going to be as secure as a proper firewall, but the honest truth is, for most people, just buying a router and making sure the firmware is up to date is more than enough. But if you need anything more than that, you need a proper firewall. Like a PF Sense, a WatchGuard, a Sophos, a Fortinet, There's a total difference between just a router and a, true firewall. Some routers have built-in firewalls. Not in the same way. When you're talking about a hardware firewall, it's actually the opposite. Firewalls have built-in routers, but most routers don't really have what we would consider a proper firewall. They at most do network address translation. Can you set up a good firewall using Raspberry Pi? No. Because you need multiple network interface cards to be a proper firewall. Well, router. Firewall with the router. Like I said, go look up PF Sense. Go look up Sophos. Go look up WatchGuard. Go look up Fortinet. You'll get an idea of what those things do. Now, PF Sense you can put on your own hardware, but you can't do it with a Raspberry Pi. You're going to need at least like an Intel Core i3. Yes, but it can block certain IP in case of a DDoS attack in a router. No. Blocking an IP doesn't really help anything in the case of a DOS or DDoS attack. The reason why is it's already hitting your gateway. How does one blocking things help when you're already getting flooded with attack? If you're getting flooded with packets and you're dropping them, you're still getting flooded with packets to overwhelm you. The only way to avoid getting a DDoS is someone not getting your IP address. And the question I have asked before remains, what makes you so concerned with a DDoS in your home network? The average person doesn't need to be worried about that. And if you're worried about being on a video game with some script kiddie doing it to you, my advice would be find a better game that's not a genuine concern that you need to have. Oh, God. Alright, let's see what this cavern is over here. Maybe you can use VPN firewalls. I think you're ignoring the core premise of what I've said. What makes you think that you need a DDoS protection in your home network? And as I said before, if it's that you're worried about some script kiddie is going to hit your firewall because you're playing a game that exposes your IP, maybe you should find a better game that doesn't do stuff like that. And if you're really that worried at that point, you could always just run a VPN on your actual endpoint. But you don't want to necessarily run it on your home network for the entire firewall, because that can introduce a double NAT situation. And again, if you're doing a VPN on a firewall, would you really want that on your entire network in case the VPN goes down and then introduces an issue with your network? Okay, again, obscure. If, as I said, yes, I understand. If you're worried about a script kiddie, you know, doing that, my point still stands. Find a better game. And I get the argument people have often of, well, you know, I like playing this game. Well, the reality is some games just aren't well designed. And we shouldn't be endorsing bad game design and bad security models for games. Invite me to voice chat. I don't have voice chat open. I'm multi-streaming to TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, so don't have that option in OBS. I do have a Discord server, though. There's plenty of people in there. Got about 1,000 humans in there right now. Okay, so we killed about 3 trolls. Have a great day. Ha! Got your trap, B. Best way to secure yourself online is go offline. Exactly. I've never understood why people get so uptight about, like, well, you know, I'm playing this game and there's all these script kiddies and all that, and I'm just like, don't play the game. If you're having to bend over backwards and consider putting tinfoil on your head so that you can play a video game, maybe the best idea is to not play the video game. Like, I understand people wanting to play video games, but there's also stupid people on video games, too, that, you know, maybe you don't want to play with. Like, look, I've got a pfSense firewall and all this stuff and everything, but at the end of the day, you've got to ask yourself, at what point is this just a little bit too insane? Can't switch to Linux because I don't have voice meter. I do really hate Windows. What's voice meter? Can pfSense be set up on any device that they support? pfSense can be set up on, well, you can either buy the appliances with it pre-installed, or you can set it up on your own box like I've done. But you do honestly want to have like an Intel CPU on it. An Intel network interface card. You can probably do an AMD CPU, to be honest, but you do want an Intel network interface card. Yay, I got ogre's teeth. Is there Orcus shield? I've got 2 of these. What distro and desktop? I'm using Pop OS. I'm pretty basic because I've been using Linux for years. I just want stuff to work. I am waiting for Cosmic Desktop Environment, but it's not stable yet. So for now, it's just GNOME. Hey, you, ugly. Get back here. Let me shoot you with an arrow. Windows for gaming, door for other stuff. I use Windows just for the stream box. But Linux for pretty much everything else. That's another troll. Shit, what broke? My helmet. I can fix that in a second. I seen a NordVPN laugh, and it made me laugh because of how misleading it was and how much stuff they claimed wasn't true. Well, NordVPN also got caught in that security issue, where it wasn't a major security issue on and of itself, but they wouldn't actually reveal the security issue they had, and they kept beating around the bush, and it wasn't until security researchers pressured them so damn hard that I just can never trust them. I use Molvad and Proton VPN. Okay, we need... Where did we have... Hey, yo, ugly. Ah! Oh, yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey! And the crowd goes wild. What are the most important Linux topics to master? Mostly just understanding Linux and package management and how the whole system operates. Ooh, there's a guy over there. There's nothing that's really more important per se a lot of it is really dependent upon what you're going to be doing with it in your career. But then again, it's the same thing as Windows, you know? You just got to learn how to use it, administrate it, operate it. Although, the honest truth is, once you understand Linux, it's a lot simpler than Windows. I want you to think about it this way. Everybody thinks Linux is so complicated because, oh, you have to maybe use command line. Not really. You can edit the entire OS with a text editor. With Windows, you got to know group policies, you got to understand registry editors and, you know, service management and all these unique individual tools. And yes, you can do quite a bit of admin through the PowerShell nowadays, but even then, you know, there's a lot of times where you do have to use a GUI for different ways to administrate it. You don't need to know Vim. I also like saying that just to annoy people, but you don't need to know Vim. I've never really used Vim, and one does not simply escape Vim. Is that a Minotaur? Yo, your mom was a cow. Just a basic dwarven warhammer? I thought that was enchanted. Just finished my Linux class this semester. Well, the honest truth is, I mean, first off, Mazel Tov on finishing your Linux class. The one thing I will tell you is that classes will basically at most teach you concepts. You're going to learn a lot more tinkering and labbing it yourself, and especially when you're doing things in the field. There we go. Minecraft runs 10 times better on my Linux system than it ever did on Windows. That actually happens for quite a few games where people play them and they realize that on Linux, it may often play better. That's not always the case, but it's becoming more and more of the case. I don't use Vim, I use Nano. Yeah, I kind of use Nano myself a lot, too. How did we skip over that chest? Alright, let's see. Okay, we need a repair hammer. Windows is so bloated these days. No surprise Linux runs better. Yeah. And the other thing is, and this surprises a lot of people when I say it, but you do understand that Windows gets slower over time. Linux doesn't. In fact, very often, you may find that Linux gets faster over time. Now, it's not, of course, going to be faster than, say, new hardware or something like that. But very often, there are updates that come about that patch things and do, in fact, make things run faster. When you have thousands of people working on the same software, people have different priorities than just slapping on new features. It's very fascinating to see, in all honesty. Like, my Linux box is actually faster, on all honesty, than the day I bought it. Your mother smelled of elderberries. And I do think that there may, emphasis, may come a time when Linux is actually a more mainstream solution. It's already getting close to that. Destroy open source, available nature of open source. Yeah, I prefer open source as much as I can as well. Ooh, an ebony shield. Hello, hello. Who the hell are you? An ebony shield. All right. Slightly better than what I got. I know some friends who switched to daily driving Linux because of their decks. Yeah, it, I think, surprises a lot of people once they start using it and they're like, holy crap, this actually runs a lot better than Windows. It's quite amazing because I've been daily driving Linux for years. All right, let's see. No. Oh, we need to go this way. Mention this to other Americans, but I'm actively benefiting from tariffs. How are you benefiting? There's a subreddit for people who put Windows 10 or 11 on their decks. I never understood why people want to put Windows on their Steam decks. Not only does it run worse, it doesn't work well in that form factor. Because Windows is optimized for keyboard and mouse. A Steam Deck doesn't necessarily have a keyboard. The one time they went for the hybrid mobile when it crashed hard and burned so bad. Yeah. Oh, goddamn. Bad kitty. Bad kitty. Yeah, well, the reality is Windows 8 was just never really a thought through process, and they they optimized it too much for touchscreens. If they had come with an approach that's like, oh, you only have a touchscreen, we're going to give you this GUI. Yeah, this is Pop OS. Oh yeah, I like Pop OS as my daily for a lot of my tinkering and stuff. Non-Will Cavern. Rottendale Vale. I have all the specs on the Twitch side of things. I wish TikTok actually was able to work as well as TikTok was able to work as well as Twitch. Not American though, so they're making things better for Americans. I look for an eBay now. iPods dropped in price like 100. Yeah. Although I hear Trump is getting embarrassed right now. Supposedly they're meeting with China and Switzerland. But, look. I think he's running scared because he knows the quarter's already bad. People aren't blaming Biden for the economy. And if he has one more quarter like this, it will officially be a recession. I'm in Switzerland and people hate him here. They hate him everywhere. I don't care much for him in America. They're streaming from OBS and Linux. OBS is on the Windows box because I still got to use Elgato Streamlights and Stream Decks, and I have an Elgato teleprompter with an Elgato capture card. You can get a Stream Deck working on Linux, but it doesn't work as well. Yet. One of these days, though. I really would not be surprised if he doubles down, to be honest. He's been pro-tariffs for like 60 years. He cares more about his image and what people think about him, that if he gets to be known as the president that has, caused a recession and everything, he'll back down. He'll be embarrassed as hell. It'll be him fighting to the death about it. But eventually he's going to have no choice.
You've come.
His polls are in the trash. And you got to understand,
Lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
Republicans are up for midterms soon.
Thank you. Come again. Be seeing you.
He has that last term tax break to pay for. Yeah. Not to confuse with Steam Deck. Wait, what? Sorry, am I missing something here? But the biggest welfare queens in this country are Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Yeah. Let's see. What's your rage? Minor life detection. Eyes of Eventide.
Another.
Okay, that works for
Let's do
that.
business.
But now... That's a two-handed weapon.
That's a good deal. A good
Sure,
price
if you
for a
say
good
that.
customer.
Hope we can send Elon on Mars and leave him there. Yeah, that'd be a great thing, wouldn't it? In news today, Elon Musk has gone to Mars.
Good bit of gold.
And everyone's happy.
Good deal. That seems a fair price.
The sad thing is, he's talking about going to Mars, but he's like, oh, I don't know if I could send my, self. I could send us, you know.
An excellent bargain. You drive a hard bargain.
Anything worthwhile? No, I don't think so.
Thank you. Goodbye.
What can I do? May I
All right,
interest
what do
in
you
some
have?
fine wares?
Damn, these Minotaur horns. They're heavy. The troll fat's heavy. The clanfleer claws are heavy. These restore endurance potions are heavy. These reflect damage potions are kind of heavy.
You drive a hard bargain. A good price for a good...
All right, let's see. Weak potion of health. I'm gonna have to sell some of these potions, I think. Yeah.
A fine trans... You've made a good bit of
How
gold.
the hell do I have so many resist paralysis potions?
That's a good deal. Thank you for your pay.
Every rich
Farewell.
person in America is a welfare queen. No business is operated without it since '08. Yeah, for the most part. I don't know. There's actually like not Bernie Sanders. Warren Buffett. It's probably one of the few that actually seems to have done something decent with, on his own and everything, without too much from government to help him. But I think he's in an extreme minority. I don't need to carry as many hammers now.
Thank you for your... If it's broken, enough talk.
Warren's company got a huge bailout in '08. Same with BlackRock. Which company? He owns a lot of them. You got to be a little bit more specific. And also in the '08 ones, the bailouts, not every company wanted bailouts. Like, seriously, I'm not trying to, be like, oh, rich people, blah, 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 but seriously. His main private investment firm that managed like $1 trillion in evaluation. Don't remember anything like that. Let's see. Restore health. There we go. Restore fatigue. Okay, let's see. These cure disease. So how about cure no. Resist disease? Restore willpower. No. Burden? Okay. My favorite distro. I like Pop OS for my daily stuff, but I also use Cubes OS for my security needs on a lot of things. Of course, you have Ubuntu for servers, Red Hat for servers. Do I not have, like, anything? So I set myself on fire. So that's one of the downsides of CubesOS 4.1. Did they upgrade it after that? I think they're on 4.3. I don't know. I think it's after 4.1, but I've been using it for a minute. I've been using it since, like, the 2.0s. It was a lot more difficult to work with for a while. Okay, so we've got resist shock. Yeah, it's not an easy operating system, absolutely. I would say it's more difficult to understand than Arch or Gen 2. Okay. Was it damage personality? Damage strength?
I'm waiting. Enough talk.
Wait a minute. How is my stuff now heavier after making a bunch of potions? That makes no sense.
Yes? What can I interest you in? Be seeing you.
Not that one.
What do you want?
She has them. Okay.
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
That makes no sense. Why did it, like, get heavier?
That's a good deal.
Like, yeah, those potions got heavier. That was weird. So he indirectly profited instead of directly, though he did directly manage the bailout funds. Yeah. Alright, let's see. That made no sense whatsoever. How was it that I made a potion that weighed more than the items I had? Some of the mechanics in this game make no sense to me.
A good price for a good customer.
Okay, so now...
That seems a fair price.
What I need to do is use those. Restore health
Thank you
potions.
for your business. Always keep your mat. Let's do business.
Dominate creature. Sounds kinky. And I don't think we allow that kind of thing. Just saying.
Tell your friends about. What can I interest you in? Thank you for. Good day.
Okay, if my mercantile skill is there... So, do I have a soul trap skill? I do not.
What? Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? Be seeing you.
Server fixed. Oh, what's up, Vampire? What'd you fix on the server? Oh, I cast server fixest. Okay, let's see. Skill level's too low. If that's illusion... Let's see, what's in the best defense? It says it's the game. So I set that intentionally so that way I could get around the TikTok bans. Because if I set it to what I actually am playing, it
How may I help you?
I will possibly get banned a little bit easier. Orcish boots.
Be seeing you.
Yeah, it was my little fluke I discovered, because if I play Schedule 1, or what was the other game I came across? Shit, there was another game.
Good to see you.
If I came across Schedule 1 or... Oh, Wolfenstein.
What?
If I played those games,
May I interest you in some
they
of my
wouldn't
fine
have an
wares?
issue with, any of the stuff that I was doing.
Tell your friends about me. Bye.
Alright, Magic. Starlight. I was going to say, if you, this...
Well met.
They say the danger came from oblivion and burned the whole city.
Herbal always has some in stock.
I gotta increase my illusion so I can get that, and then I gotta work on my mysticism so I can do soul trapping.
How are you?
But
What
for
do you
now, let's get
I
a
do have a
bed.
bed available for 20 gold a night. Would you like to rent it? Very good. It's up the stairs. You too.
Level 10. Huzzah! I am now level 17. Hooray! I've maxed out endurance, I've maxed out strength. We're soon going to max out agility.
Greetings. What's going
What
on
is
with
it
you?
now?
Okay, let's see. Let's go to Coral North Gate. So we can go back to the Mages Guild, because we did that one little quest.
I was in there just a few days ago.
What is it? Hello? All I heard is that she... Good day.
Go ahead. You found the book? Ah, yes, this is indeed the
Who gave it
correct
to
book.
the,
You've not been able to open it, I presume. Then all is well. You have shown yourself worthy of the guild, and for that I thank you. You shall have the recommendation you need. Now, I must ensure this... What do you want? She was unable. Be seeing you.
Good. Well met.
Okay, so
I
what can you
show
train
a
me
few
in?
new things.
In mysticism.
Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
Aha! And now my potions get slightly stronger.
You bought that for a song.
Ooh, an expert calcinator. Now we're getting expert stuff. I'm an expert, you know. Wait.
That seems a fair price.
Okay. Sweet. Okay, so we're getting a little bit better on the items.
Thank you
Nice.
for your business.
Have you had any electronics you bought you later decide to forget about because you didn't need it? That's just called ADHD.
Go ahead, please. Goodbye.
I'm Carmen Litta. You too.
I am Alberic Litter. Good that you want to get better. What can I interest you in?
Okay, what spells you got, buddy? Hey! Soul Trap. I'm gonna need that later. But yeah. My mysticism is a little bit low.
Thank you for... Take care.
Alright. They got a bunch of ham. Novice, novice, gems, novice, novice, novice. You know, you would think they'd put some better items out here.
Good afternoon. Go ahead. Goodbye.
Hope GTA 6 will support Linux. I mean, it should, at least on the single player aspect of it. But the multiplayer, who knows? Gaming has become such a problem in terms of the ethics of how they treat a lot of games. Or at least the users. And it pisses me off that we're not only treating users unethically in terms of how we allow them to access the game in many ways. We had, like, what, Blizzard go after people who were modding World of Warcraft and stuff.
Well met.
Well met.
We had...
Good book at Renoir's this week.
I'm just not happy with the way the gaming industry is going as a whole. Let alone just, you know, the Linux issues aside.
Into fire and steel recently? Rashid has some.
Why does Rockstar not give support to Linux? They don't care. The unfortunate reality is not enough people really use Linux for it to be of concern for a lot of companies, which is why I keep telling people, if you want developers to stop being unethical with how they treat games, then you must make choices that will make them have to deal with it. If you want game developers to do better, you have to force them to understand that no, we will not change our ways of doing things until you do better. Until that changes, yeah. Are you playing with Secure Boot on? Why would that matter?
How are you?
And no.
Well,
I'm playing Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion.
what? So, you've brought something. Yes, this is a... Excellent. But before you... A few years... But one of the moldy pages contained a recipe for a potion known... The formula looked sound. Now that you... The elixir of exploration is a multi-purpose potion. The formula describes many magnitudes. You bring me 10 samples of Nirnroot, and I'll make the elixir of the best. Good luck. How goes Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Novice, novice, novice. Okay.
Be careful in shape.
Like playing Valorant on dual boot, you have to have Secure Boot on. The only reason it has to have Secure Boot on is because of the kernel level anti-cheat.
How do you
If you can't really run kernel level anti-cheat in the same way as Linux, you don't need to. And Valorant does things unethically in how they run games too. Alright, let's see. Pilgrimage. Okay, then what quest do we need to go? It was like playing Valorant and dual boot. Oh yeah. Sorry, I already read that. May as well take care of this quest while we're here. Alright, let's see. We're going to the castle. I guess. Yes. Whee! I more enjoy than making things work. Yeah. Ooh, I spy a gate to oblivion. Okay, there's usually... Yeah, as soon as I said that, I knew I was gonna see it. Okay, so we got some Clan Flare Claws. Leroy Jenkins! Let's at least clear an Oblivion Gate out, shall we? Alright, let's see. Where are we gonna head to? Bloodgrass. Yo, you are one ugly motherfucker. Oh, we got actual Daedroth. We're that powerful now. Ah, you ain't so tough. I believe and think I love. I'm gonna shoot you in the ass. That's teeth. Alright. At least get a little bit of healing over here. All you need is love. Got some spittle sticks. We got some bloodgrass. Arata root. Oh, we got two of these mothers. Gotcha. Bye, Felicia. Okay, I know there was another one around here somewhere. Could have sworn I saw two. Oh, yeah. Took you out. I wish when you slashed him, you could, like, hit the body. while dodging these little fireballs over there. Okay, so we've got a bunch of Daedroths, and that's a landmine. Okay, so now do a quick save. You know, there aren't as many flame atronachs over here. Huh, interesting. They put their bodies down there. He shoots. He scores! Oh, not a single hit. Come on. You got one on me, buddy. You got one hit. You did better than most. Not good enough, but you did better than most. Get some Harada root and the blood grass. Okay. Oh. Did not see you. Let's get some restore fatigue out here. What leveled up? Oh, block. Block leveled up. Nice. How did I miss you? Hey, Rich, how's it going? We're just playing some Oblivion right now. Yo. I spy with my little eye a Dremora who got shot in the ass! Oh! And the crowd goes wild. I'm gonna go run back to that entrance in a little bit, but at his heart. How did I miss that? Okay, so where, oh, where is my damn Dremora? He's got to be over here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. So where are we in this map? Okay. I'm actually surprised at how few Dremora are here. They're on the other side of the gate. Is there not a way to get there? Or do I have to go through here? Yeah, this is the remaster. Alright, door to tornado. Wait, they can follow me in the buildings? I don't remember that. Sneaky, sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Looks good. What are you running it under? Wine? Oh, proton, but yeah. Magica essence. Okay. Okay, so we just unlocked the gate. So now we're opening the Wastes Oblivion. What gates opened up? I feel like the Flame Atronachs didn't level up as well as I did. Okay, so we're just going to the door to Wastes of Oblivion. All right, let's go to Eruption. Sounds kinky. All right, so we got that gate open. Whatever gate that was. I remember when we used to have to do the CBRE or whatever mods. Get this game looking pretty decent. Alright, let's go to Landslide. The high ground! Aw, poor little dinosaur. Dude's probably upset that he just got shut and he can't find me. Oh, I ended up back near where I was before when I first go into the section. Okay. So now, let's run away from these fire obelisk tower things. Because I think now we've got the gates open. Yeah, the gates are open. God damn it. Ran right into a damn landmine. Come on, you ugly bastard. Alright, let's... Don't need health. Let's use the health one. Get that flame atronach. Come here, girl. Set my world on fire. Woo! Ha! Got some hang time on them arrows. Sneak attack. That clanfair gets so weak that I hit it in one shot. Oh well. Little sticks. Oh yeah, so I had to go all the way around. Now let's go back to the map. Portals of natural disaster. Okay. Yeah, I'm still streaming. Probably at least for... What time is it? Another half hour. Oh. Oh, interesting mechanic. We're playing Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Okay, that was a blood fountain. Not that I needed it. We're gonna go woo! And, woo! Door to portals of natural disaster. Fucking marcha. I ain't no slave. Alright, we got a blazing spear spell. I could have sworn. Yeah, that Claymore's a little bit heavy. Hurricane. I think we've been to Hurricane, though. No, we haven't. Not a grab everything kind of player. Well, you can't really. Those weapons are heavy. I just go for the ingredients, and the weapons aren't that high end. Oh, what? You think you're gonna be smart enough to grab this switch? Come on, big boy. Come on. Alright, let's go down. Skyrim? I've played Skyrim quite a bit, but this ain't Skyrim. This is Oblivion. This is the predecessor to that game. Cool. Alright. Got them. So that's the tsunami gate. I'm a little confused how I'm supposed to actually get this one. So if we have tornado over here and landslide over here, but earthquakes over there, which one? Oh, I think we're missing one over here. I gotcha. Alright, so let's go up to Earthquake. Okay, now let's try doing this. So obviously we've already been to this one. You know, it's so weird when people are like, I've never played Skyrim. Or, you know, that, like, these are the games we all played. Okay, so we gotta get around to Portals of Natural Disaster. I think it's this one over here we have to clear out. But then we need to find the gate to find the sigil. So that we can close this. Hmm. I'm curious. Gonna see if I can do something. Thought they're gonna kill me. That's gonna kill me. Nope. Woo! That was close. This redefines the game. The floor is lava. The floor is lava. Playing on a fridge running Linux. If that tower is that high, then with the lower level, where are we at? You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man. Okay, is tornado where I need to go? cool. We got Daedroth teeth. More Daedroth teeth. A mythic Dawn Guard out here. Interesting. Okay, so I have opened this gate. Okay, so I think it's the last one that we need to open up. So we have been here before. Okay. I think it's this one at the edge. Door to landslide. Not sure how that was a sneak attack when they actually could see I was there, but okay. One thing I don't miss about Oblivion is all the freaking gate dungeon look pretty much the same. Yeah. That's tsunami. That's eruption. Yeah, they could definitely have done some better. You ever participate in red teams? Not really. I do more blue team stuff. If I do anything red team, it's pen testing. I do need to get up to that sigil. Alright, I'm gonna try something. I want to build up my marksman skill at least. I'm kind of surprised that I haven't even leveled up to Journeyman yet. I love the little glitches that you can find in this game. I personally separate pen testing and red team. I understand what you're coming from. Retribution of treachery. It's a little bit of money. Don't need the Kinreeve shield. Okay. I think we figured out something. So hold on. Does this shirt replace... Yes, the shirt does replace. Oh, damn. Where, oh, where is my repair hammers? Armorer. Almost at expert. Heavy armor, almost at expert. Alchemy, almost at expert. Marksman, almost at journeyman. Blades, almost at expert, too. See you later, it's just Oh, Oblivion? It's one of my all-time favorites. Found something out about those colored see-through iPod classic cases. Yeah, what'd you find out? Oblivion, Morrowind, and Skyrim are some of my all-time favorite games. But I like Oblivion better than I did Skyrim, and I like Morrowind better. Come on, you little... Ah, I can't thread that needle. Ha you bitch. Hey. It's going, very tired. I'm doing alright. You ever take a look at that video I asked you to do? I know you've been busy with working on the house. I mean, I'm working on my house too, just checking. Going to bed soon, just wanted to say hi. Yeah? Miss you, girl. We'll have to hang out soon. These cases are $5. They sell them for $50 painted. All clear color cases are painted. Interesting. Door to Wastes of Oblivion. You able to look tomorrow? Cool. Yeah, it's been ages. We've both been busy. Okay, so if that one's over there... That one's over there. And that would mean... Are you in DedSec? No. Nope, that didn't work. I'm really annoyed by this map. Turns out you can use RIT government die to die them properly at home, so I'll do that. Oh, interesting. So we need to get to the higher up ones. See, I thought we got somewhere, but apparently we didn't. Wish you could get like a 3D map of everything. Good thing my acrobatic skills at least doing a little bit better. Hey, your cat's anti. I do not know what that bot has against you, but it is absolutely hilarious. Oh yeah, it looks amazing in the remaster. I just don't understand what is going on with this map. Declaration of war. Okay, so if earthquake is here... Come on. Need to figure this out. Okay, so if the doors to the rending halls are here... Wait. Okay, I see. So I do have to go up the rending halls. I just missed a spot. Always check your map, folks. Hey, hooray! We are a journeyman. And we can now zoom in on our shots. Oh, did I just hurt you? Guess what? Go to hell. Ooh. A ring of nihilism. I embrace nihilism. Ooh, an ebony cuirass. Resist normal weapons on self. But then 12 points of... Okay. No, this isn't Schedule 1. It's called getting around, the rules that they have. I found out Schedule 1 and Wolfenstein lets you get around TikTok censors for the stupid reasons that they ban you with. Oh, why would they ban you? Not necessarily for this game, but for, like, stupid things I've said. They get super sensitive about, like, the littlest things. I've been banned for the most mundane things, to be completely honest. Alright, here we are. The corridors of dark salvation. Yeah, TikTok bans for random... Yeah, it's really random what they'll ban you for. I've been banned for the most mundane things. A lot of it is hate speech and hateful behaviors. And they apparently consider hate speech and hateful behaviors, like, straight up, I'm not joking, cursing. Or even just, you know, saying something stupid or that. You smell pretty. That's the main reason I haven't given live streaming more of a chance. Well, live streaming is great on other platforms. It just so happens to be that I'm, primarily on TikTok, unfortunately. I am on Pop OS. I want to at least finish this Oblivion Gate. Oh. Oh, now I'm over encumbered. Let's see. If this is... Jesus. The retribution of treachery is the heaviest thing I have. Well, let's see about dropping... That'll work. Didn't know Pop OS handle games. Oh yeah, I do most of my gaming on Linux here. I mean, all Linux distributions, with exceptions like Cubes OS, things like that, can handle Linux games because they all run the same components. I don't understand why people, like, always think that, oh, you know, this Linux does this better than others, when at the end of the day, they're all running under the hood pretty much all the same components. What, you think NVIDIA has different drivers on different operating systems? I mean, besides Linux and Mac and Windows. Alright, let's see the inventory. So I'm curious. I filter for restore health. Okay, so that does that. We do restore fatigue. Nope. Ooh. Damage agility and damage willpower. Let's see. Damage agility. Damage willpower. What do we have in terms of alchemy? We're almost there. Insisting it isn't paint. Huh. Alright, I think we're in the final chamber here. I spent way too long on this gate. I'm just gonna sneak up slowly. See where I can. Maybe raise another sneak level or so. Until I can find where they are, or they see me. Come on, you kin marcher. Alright, let's see. We've got... Oh, you banish me? That's cute. I'm banishing you. Okay, cool. I believe that's all of them. God damn it. This is gonna be a tough one to decide between. Okay, that got rid of most of the weight. And let's see. Daedroth teeth. How much gold do I have? 5,008. I'm doing alright, Matan. Just finishing up a stream. So this ebony cuirass has quite the weight. Now let's see. Dwarven arrow, 6.6 pounds. Alright, let's see. We've got to... filters. Positive effects. Restore health. Nope. Wait, nope. 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 Trying to see if I can at least use any of the ingredients I have. Because I know it's gonna not let me... Burden. Damage health. There we go. You are now an expert of alchemy. You will now recognize all additional chemical properties and are granted to craft an additional potion. Nice. We can grab more Daedra hearts later. At least get... Wait. Grab that sigil stone. And gate closed. This one took way too long because it was a little confusing. Okay, so now I'm curious.